right. I think that's a little better, right? I think we got audio working properly. Everything seems to be on, and I do see all the meters running for the audio stuff, right? Did I fix it this time, Sophie? Yep. All right. Yes, refresh your browsers. It should be back online now, and we should be good, right? It's just one of those things. You update, and I updated Windows and didn't even think about it. Did not even think about it. It totally changed all my audio. I should have is the key term, right? I should have noticed that. What was it the other night? We were in Discord and my mic had trouble. Oh no, it was last night. For the game jam meeting, right? My mic, like, I couldn't hear them. I could see them talking. Everybody's little circle, like avatar circle, was all lighting up green. And I was like, uh-oh. So I should have thought about it, that my stream probably would also not work. Citizen, yes, your micro riot worked. I appreciate it. Thanks for rioting. You saved the day. Yep. Saved the day. At least the day's not a total loss. I have coffee. The hero landing, excellent. Absolutely excellent. That's what I need. I need like that as like some sort of like meme animated GIF or something to play, so it pops up on stream. But that's the best. I appreciate it. All right, so we're here. This is what we're doing for this weekend, because I'm still in between projects, right? So 2 weeks ago I finished off the tower defense game, right? So it was a 3-month long project, finished it, and took some time off, right? So I took a week off, last weekend off from streaming. This weekend falls with the New Mexico Game Jam, so it's perfect timing to be able to do this. And then next weekend, we'll get started on the final project for the year, and it'll be a RPG 3-month project, right? So the theme for the New Mexico Game Jam is lift, right? Oh, I gotta put the where do I have here? Let's put that back in there. Let's repin that. There we are. Right. I don't even know what to do. I was thinking about it a little bit last night, right? And I was like, oh, the theme is lift. What can we do? Well, some sort of idea came into my head about this. The hot air balloon fiesta, which occurs here in Albuquerque and is going on right now. We got to go see it Sunday, which is also why I didn't stream Sunday morning, because we got up just a little bit early. Although I'm sure I'll get yelled at for saying that, because it was pretty early. Just a little bit early. where we had to wake up at like 2:30 in the morning because we had to get somewhere to get the shuttle to get in there and arrived sometime after 4. It was a lot, right? But what's a good picture? These. Yeah, this is a good picture. Let's see. Open image in a new tab. There. So this is what I'm thinking. Kind of thinking, make a game with a hot air balloon, right? Just 2 hours before you get up for your work days during the week. 2:30. Yeah, I know, right? Like, it wasn't bad. I mean, we took a nap after we got back around, I don't know, noon or so. And typically, like, I'm up between around 5:30 most days anyways. So it was only a couple hours early, but poor Jeepin, it was a little tough for her. It was early. It probably didn't help that on Saturday, so I ended up having to fix my Jeep Saturday morning, which is why I didn't stream, because it broke on Jeepin. So I had to fix that. And then we went to Oktoberfest. So then we were drinking all the rest of the afternoon. That probably didn't help either. But, you know. Yeah, we got to think of like a balloon taxi game. That would be kind of cool, right? Maybe you got to control the balloon. You land it. And you pick up passengers. You take off in the balloon. And I don't know, you have obstacles or something else or something coming at you. And you got to avoid them, take care of it, whatever you need to do. And then be able to deliver your people safely. That might be a good idea. Because I was definitely thinking of something with the hot air balloons. That's the first thing I started thinking of for Lyft because of the event is going on this weekend. All right. What? Let's minimize this. Let's bring that back and make sure it's okay. And I have only thing I got on here is I have nothing. Right? This is just a pre-built template for starting new games. Up-down controls, yeah. Make the sky like Frogger with layers of different flowing air currents. Oh, maybe you have to avoid... yeah, you have different air currents. What if you also had... avoid planes, birds, maybe another hot air balloon. We could do that. All right, so what about a side, like make it like a side scroller, right? Oh, I've never made a moving background. I wonder if we could figure that out. All right, let's make... Well, let's get a room together, shall we? How about that? So we want to make a room. Why does it show me room 0? Where do I have a room somewhere? I do have a room. Where is the room? There you are. All right. How's that looking on stream? Now I'm overconscious because of all the sound issues I had this morning, right? That's all right. Sometimes we can be a jackass on stream and recover from it. Stupid Windows updates. I hate that it does that. I know everybody has it, right? You get a Windows update, you don't think about it, it completely changes the way your sounds need to be. And you're like, why? Why did you even do that? Like, why bother with it? All right, so we need to come up with a room size. How do we want to do a side scroller? Do we just want to make a very long room? Probably, right? Ouch. What is a good one? Your first thought about lift theme is being able to lift your eyelids in the morning. Clicker game. Yeah, that'd be funny. All right, so right now we have a 13 6. We need to stinkiness. Silver, welcome in. Thanks for coming in and stinking. All right, what if we made it 3,200? Right? So we have a long, long room. Good morning. And how is your day so far? What do we want for height? You just got up, so far so good. Excellent. I think I got up at like 5:30 this morning. I'm doing okay. You know, got her out, had a nice walk, have my coffee. I started my stream and spent the first 15 minutes of it in complete silence because apparently all my sounds were turned off and I had no idea. So I stopped the stream and restarted it so I could get rid of the complete sound or lack of sound clip, I should say. All right, so we just want a background, right? We're going to make it blue. Not that blue. Not that blue either. Holy blue. How about like that blue? Oh, I know. It was a Windows update. All right. What if we also gave it like I don't know. Do we want it to be like above ground? Maybe you have to go like take the hot air balloon underground for a little bit. 2 streams ago, you had a Fortnite voice chat muted and was talking to Pigeon for probably an hour on mute. Yeah. It happens. I wish it didn't change it though. Like, I wish updates would just be like, this is what your current settings are. We're not going to update your setting and ruin your day. But they decided to ruin the day anyways, right? And I spent a little bit of time updating my stream too. So, like, for looks, just for Halloween, it's got over here a little pumpkin in the corner, and I got rid of the computer, so I'm not inside a computer for the rest of October. And my starting soon screen and the be right back screen and ending screen are all Halloween themed. And yes, and there are some new emotes. So I have these ones that are all new. I made it out of the computer for a little bit. I did. It's still there. It's just in repair, right? So that's all. It's just in repair. We are making a side scroller game for the New Mexico Game Jam. And the theme is Lift, right? And we're going to make an object. We're going to call this. I need to set the rest of the room though. So, there. OBJ player. All right, let's go back to the room. Let's finish setting up how we want this to look. What do we feel a good resolution is going to be for this? Right now, we have this whole thing is 3,200 pixels wide. So we're going to travel through it. Hello, Starfish. Welcome back. All right. If we have it 3,200 wide. Well, we could probably make it let's make this there. We're going to do it in 32 pixels, right? So that's going to be our size. So we're doing 3,200 by 1,600 is the room. And we're going to make it so that it travels through. You have 2/3. Yes. I don't know where the other one is. She's probably out there fixing stuff. Right? Yeah. You're actually up early. It's a sign to have coffee. Smart streamer buddies, Alex. I don't know about the smartness. I had a little foobar moment this moment. I fixed it because we restarted it, but you know, hey. But I do have coffee, so yeah. And I have my little Alpha Coffee sticker on here, and you can't really see it, but right here, trying to get it into the light, is laser etched a Autobot symbol. And then, of course, my favorite sticker says pothead for coffee pot. The non asshole streamer. Okay. I had a jackass moment. How's that? That's it. Just a jackass moment. Pothead. Oh no. It's coffee. Coffee pot. See? All right. Now, what's a good camera size on this? Like, we have a 1300 by 1600 room. You don't know what's really in that cup? I mean, it's coffee. There is nothing else in my coffee. This morning is coffee. Well, that's not true. It is coffee with chicory in it. Coffee. Citation needed. Yes. This is coffee with chicory. This. What? This. No ads. I don't even know what site this is. World Market. This. So chicory is a blend of like herbs and flavors and stuff like that, and it's mixed chicory. Yes. CHICORY. Exactly. And it's made this. It's that one. But that is it, right? I love this coffee. It's made out of Louisiana. Yeah, it's a plant. But it tastes really good when it's brewed, roasted with like the coffee beans and all that stuff. It gives it really good flavor. It is not the plant you're thinking of for it to be this. Right? It's not that. That is not a coffee drink. And who just came in? Fuzzy, welcome in. You're like, sure. No, it's not. I swear. I just have the sticker. I wonder how that would be in coffee. Right? Put some cannabis stuff into your coffee. I have no idea how that would be. I have the sticker for a reason. Yes. I do. It is legal here in New Mexico. Yeah. I checked. We had tried growing it at one point. That was fun. That was a whole learning experience. It worked and didn't work, so I stopped doing it. Right. All right. What? I know. We need to figure out a resolution size. Can I help you? You like the new emotes? Yeah. Can I help you? What? Are you waiting for something? You see your camera light on and you see the light under here is on and you're like, I get something? There we go. Thank you. Who did that? Starfish, thank you. For 2 of them, you're going to get double treats. 2 treats. Oh, you are excited now. All right, come back here. Step back a little bit right here. She'll take 1 and then she'll go eat that one and then she'll be back. She only has 4 teeth. I haven't even started. We're doing a game jam. Nothing serious. It's going to be, it runs until Tuesday. We're going to finish this off with the 3 streams for today, tomorrow, and Monday. And just have some fun with it. Yeah, so the treats that here are regular like dog bone treats, right? I just break them up into smaller pieces, but she only has 4 teeth left. So she takes the treat, sits down with it, and just like gnaws on it until she can eat it. All right, we need to figure out a viewport. Yeah, she is. And she loves like going off-roading and all that stuff, which is excellent. I put her in like a little survival tactical vest for her to be when we're out camping and stuff. It's kind of cool. I like it. All right. We need what for those that are hanging around for game. What sort of resolution? Share a photo of it. Let me see. If you go in on the Discord under community pet pics and you scroll up just a couple, there is a picture of her with a little vest on. It's got little pockets. Yeah. All right, so we need a viewport resolution. Like, what do we want the game to be? Also, I just saw the notification pop up. Ads are going to go off in about 2 minutes. I am going to take a be right back during that time because I want to replenish my coffee. But in the meantime, up until then, let's figure this out. All right, so we need camera properties. What's a good one? Right now it's at 1366 by 768. Right? If we make it visible, that's how big this game is going to be. And I think that might be too big. I think I want this smaller. Right? So, do I have resolutions, right? What's a good resolution? I don't know. Game resolution sizes. Somewhere I had a chart. I did. All right, so we want it to be How about 1280 by 720? Let's start, or 1024 by 768. How about that? So let's do 1024, 768, 1024, 768, right? 768. Okay. So that is our little window, which I think will do okay. We don't have, oh, we wanted to follow the player, right? So we're going to say object player and ad breaks. Give me a moment. I'm going to go grab some more coffee and I will be right back. So hang tight. All right, we're back. I got coffee, and then Arwen wanted to be uncovered. You can partially see her in my camera back here. She's like back a little ways, but she is now hanging out there because I rearranged a little bit. Yes, Arwen, I am talking about you. All right. We have two things now. We have the room. We have the initial property set up for the room. We have a object for the player. And then that is it. That's all we got. What if we did something where this was literally more like, I don't know. Do we want this all to be one level, or the idea that like maybe it drops and you have to go underground for a little bit and then you can come back up and then you're up here and then back underground and then up here, like above ground again, instead of all being just above ground, just to make it different, right? Well, let's make a temporary graphic, like a sprite. I think I want some more active music. Can't see it. This is on Pretzel Rock, and this is on a channel called Chess, so it's kind of like mellow. And I don't think I want mellow music per se this morning. This might be okay. What's this? Chill guitars. We could just do, how about like some techno or something? What's a good music channel? I know you can't see it. Here, we'll do this. Okay. What do we want to do? We are going to try and make a sprite. We're going to make it 32 by 32. Sure. Probably doesn't need to be 32 by 32, but it can be. Or let's, what color do we want? Like a green for now? Nope. Nope. Let's do that. We need a little square with like orange. Like that. Maybe like that. Let's move it up to there. What if we did it like that? How's that look? This will be our temporary sprite for it, right? So we can fill it in, but I think if we take this and maybe do some orange. Oh, maybe we should do black and orange because it is like Halloween look, right? I think we'll do that. Let's do like this to there. All right. That will do for now. So we're going to just call this SPR player. Right? 32 by 32. I think that works just fine until we fix it up. Then we're going to do SPR. We're going to do SPR player. Now we're going to take the object and we're going to place that in the room. That's how big this is. That might be too big. Like a viewport, right? So I don't know. What if we made it smaller for the viewport? So on just the room, right? We enabled viewport. It's the room settings. Here, camera viewport. We're going to make it so it follows object player. But we don't want it this big. So maybe in half. If we made a camera, trying to remember the difference. Camera properties and viewport properties. I think we want viewport. Right? 768 is what? 350 62 381. All right, so we're going to make it the same thing, though. We're going to do 7 here by 381, right? Because now that gives us all kinds of room to mess around with, is what I'm thinking. What do we have? All right, so we have our little guy here, right? I guess let's make it so this guy can do something. Well, it's not a little character. It's a balloon. The balloon. Do something. Let's give the balloon a create a step. All right. Maybe we'll just give it also a draw. So let's do draw. Why do I feel like that's not right? Draw self. I don't think my predictive is working very well. That's all right. Who just came in? Homeless, welcome here. You're late, but you're here. You're right on time. That's all. Yep. Oh, what was it? The other night, I did try to get into Ark. I made it into Ark. Oh, I think you were there. I wanted to go and tame one of the Dreadmares. Took me all night to find one. Exactly. A wizard is never late. He arrives precisely when he means to. That is 100% true. Yeah, but it took me all night to find one Dreadmare. And then I was starting to fight it, and in the middle of the fight, it became like daylight. And so that Dreadmare disappeared on me. I was like, oh. I give up. I was like, okay. It's not going to happen right now. I'm not going to do this where I'm using events for the key presses. I'm going to put this as code into the step event. So we're going to make it a variable, right? And say variable move X. And then we're going to say it needs to be keyboard. Why isn't my stuff coming up? I have no more predictive writing. So we're doing a move X. It's going to be keyboard check. Needs to be virtual key right. And if it was keyboard check virtual key left. And then, oops. Then we're going to do variable move Y. Oops, Y. Keyboard check. I feel like this is, it's not working right, but that's all right. We're going to say down. And then this will be up. Keyboard. You haven't been on since you tamed the Dreadmare. Okay. And it can be easy, but can also be a pain in the rump. Yeah. Plus, it was shooting a whole bunch of red stuff at me. I had no idea what was going on. I was confused. All right, let's set variable speed. Do I want it as a variable? We're gonna set it as 3. I don't know. I know, like, I'll be on at some point today. I just don't know when. What am I doing after this? So we're gonna stream for a while. I have some dishes because they're just like, we pile up dishes quick. And then that's about it. Then it'll be game time. Yep. Tomorrow is stream in the morning. I think I'm going to stop just before 10, so it'll probably be about 3 hours worth of streaming. Tomorrow, Jeepin and I are going to see the new Tron movie. I think it's going to be excellent. I hope. Like, I hope it's 10:13. No, it's only 8:13. Tomorrow, I'm ending at like 10 Mountain Time. Not today. Tomorrow is the movie. We don't want it to be right, left. We want virtual key, or no, keyboard. Mountain time is wrong. Well, I am not on the East Coast. I'm in the mountains. Well, okay, I'm not in the mountains. I'm in the middle between of a mountain. How's that? I'm at like 5,600 feet. I'm 1,000 feet higher than where you are. I think it's keyboard, right? Keyboard. Ooh. Unless we want this to be arrows. Everyone should be, let's make it arrows for right now. All right. We're going to run it. And because I think this is just going to fail it. So. Oh, the draw self. Is that it? Why am I drawing a blank on that? You're surrounded. All right, so there is no control. The little balloon just took off running. I mean, I may have. It's all right. It's all right. Right? I need to make that, I think, bigger. We don't need it to be this small. I was like, oh, yeah. It's because it started. In Jeepin, we are getting the edge of a hurricane tropical storm. It's why your head hurts. Yes, the pressure has dropped. There's two of them, two storms. If we do weather radar, right? Let's bring this up here. Distractions. Is this going to show me the hurricanes? There's like two of them right here. That's part of one. Radar. I don't know what we're doing here. Weather. How about this one? Sort of. Not really. Okay. Anyways, there is two storms on the bottom part of the east coast of the U.S. and along the coastline on the west coast of the U.S. and the west coast of like Mexico. If your town, homeless, got hit by a hurricane, it would go right over us. Big bowl of mountains, yes. By the time it would hit you, though, it would just be a storm. You're a little inland. All right, so we need this to show when it runs bigger. So how do we do that? Is it the viewport? Is it the camera one? No, viewport properties. Camera? I don't remember. So let's try 762. I think this was what, 1024? Potential human soup, yeah. All right, that didn't work very well. That's not what I was looking at. That makes the balloon look really small. Because I'm having resolution problems trying to figure this out. I haven't done this in a while. 381. Well, so if we do that, the room is that big. Maybe it's the viewport I need to change. 1024 by 768. Right? Let's see. Yeah, that's better. All right, so we have a balloon that's just a runaway. If it gets hot enough to boil your rivers and lakes, we'd be a bowl of soup. Yes. Yes, you would. It's 20 degrees in the morning. The soup is starting to freeze. I mean, yeah, it's okay. You can boil some frozen water, soup, lakes, rivers, all that stuff. And who did that? Homeless. Guess what time it is, Sophie? There we are. Oh, and I still owe Starfish, I still owe you one more of those, right? Don't let me forget. I'll put that over there so I don't forget it. Time to get a job, Sophie. I know, you just looked back at me like, what? What do you mean? Why do I get to get a job? She has a job. She has to go outside and herd everybody. Keep people in their homes and herd all the little dogs. Right? You ready for your other one? I know. She's like, I'm old. I'm retired. All right, there we go. And if you can't see, you should be able to see her a little bit back here. Oops, this way. Is Arwen's cage. So Arwen is now sitting a little bit behind me. She's back there, though. She volunteers in the neighborhood. She does. It's funny. She goes out there. She has to case all the vehicles. When we walk, like... over on the other side there where some of the parking area is, she'll walk and like smell every single vehicle as she's walking past it. Like, why? We don't need to case the vehicles. It's fine. She's like, but I'm on duty. I'm like, okay. All right. None of this works because I did this stuff, right? So if we just said... if we're saying variable move X is left and right and move Y is up and down, what then? If we were doing move X, Y, I don't remember. I don't remember. GameMaker. Okay. So we're gonna keyboard check ORD. That's what I was missing. And we'll do it this way. Okay. So let's delete this. And we're gonna say if check ORD W. Say W, right? Does that look right? If this needs to be no, we don't. If keyboard check ORD W, then we're making a code bracket, and then we're saying W is a Y, so Y is minus or equal to, is it Y equal move speed. Move speed. So we're going to change this. We're going to do WS I guess you can hear her, right? You can hear Arwen. Plus or equal to, and then this is going to be A. This one is going to be D. And this is going to be X. Minus X, positive X. All right. There is easier, better ways to write it. But I think for right now, we'll leave it. Right? So if I'm just saying speed is equal to 1, right? Speed is equal to 0 is what we set it at. Y is negative move speed or equal to move speed. We're going to run it, but I don't think that's going to work. What I think we're going to need is telling it what the speed is. Move speed. So if we said move speed, there's a dungeon. I'll join you on the dungeon. Oh, I don't know. It made me, because I looked down at my stream deck, right? So I have buttons for the new thing. So if I get raided, I have zombies that will fall onto the screen and then run around the bottom of it. I'm pretty excited about that. That took me a little bit to get working right, but I got it. So I don't think that's what we want to do, right? Maybe. That's a forum post. If we, yeah. So, ordinary? Is that what that means? I can never remember what that means. This converts the character W to its ASCII value. Okay. We did variable check. Oh, we need to, let's do variable move speed. Maybe it doesn't need to be up there. Maybe it does. Variable move speed set to 1. Do I need that inside? It's not highlighting. Okay, so also the game is not showing up on screen. Let me get that. All right, let's stop it. Still not set before breeding. What if I took it out of there, right? But we put it in here. If we took it from there, placed it here. That should work. Her job is to make sure we feed her and give her treats. Yes. She has been very, I don't even know what a good term is. Clingy type stuff, right? Needy. Needy's a good one. She's been very needy this week. All right, game. Did not. Oh, there it is. It showed up on screen. All right. That worked. Probably. There we go. All right, look, we have a little hot air balloon. Right? Hot air balloon. And we have the code working. I mean, I had to look up some code, but like, we got the code working. Right? What else do we need to do here? Oops. All right. We got keyboard WASD working. It also makes it so that if you hold like WD, you go at an angle. So we have all 4 directions. Plus the in-betweens. All right. What do we need to do? Oh, what about... Should probably have, like, I don't know, some ground. So let's close that. What if we did ground? Grog, welcome in. How is your Saturday going? Suppose we could do 32 by 32, right? And then we're just going to say SPR. Ground. The game. All right. So, this is for the New Mexico Game Jam. It started last night at 6. I didn't do anything on this last night. I played Guild Wars 2 last night. But, in which, by the way, Jeepin took us, the 2 of us, in to fight the Mad King. So that was exciting. Yeah, that took like an hour for the 2 of us to do. But we did it. We did it. This goes from 6 o'clock last night until Tuesday. He is the dungeon boss. And so this goes until Tuesday. But the goal is to finish it up between today, tomorrow, and Monday stream. And we'll be done with it. So we're making ground. And we're just going to make this... Let's just make it green. Right? So then come in and do this. Let's make another object. And we're going to make the ground an object. Ground, sprite, ground. We're going to make it visible. So we need a create event. We need a draw event. We're going to need a step event because it may do something. I don't know, right? All right. We need an instance. Change this to ground. And I think I want ground to be 0. All right, because then we have the background. This is going to be set to 500. So 500, 0. And we'll make this out. How about like negative? Started at like 300. Gleb, welcome in. Welcome in. All right. So now to show you sort of what I've managed to get done in, I don't know, the last hour, right? It's just this. But I got my little hot air balloon working. So this is for the New Mexico Game Jam. The theme for it is lift. That's hot, right? Exactly. It's a hot air balloon. But the idea is, and I can't remember. I think it was Grim said it earlier. So make it like a taxi, right? You're going to have to pick it up, like pick something up. Maybe you have some people that get into it, and you'll land, like you take off, right? And maybe you have to navigate and get these people where they need to go. Heat system, yes. I think that would be awesome. Right now, it's just set to a speed, right? So, it's not doing much. It's set to like this, right? So it's just set to, I made a variable move speed. It's set to 1. And then I set the keys to W, S, A, and D. So that's all we've gotten done in the first hour. We have today, tomorrow, and Monday worth of stream to come up with it, right? And we're going on a fly. Like, I have no idea what to do with it. All right. I made a really big room. It does not need to be this big, but I made a really big room. And it looks really small, but this is 32 pixels. I might have my viewport stuff a little weird. But I think it's okay. And so far, the only code I did was this. I couldn't remember. I had to look it up. So it's very just straightforward. If this, if that. I haven't fixed it yet up, like cleaned it up yet. It should have a crew of llamas running it. We could probably get a llama in here somewhere. What else? Yeah, I have no direction on this. Like I haven't thought through much of anything other than I was like, oh, I just want a hot air balloon because it says lift. Like that's the theme of it, lift, right? So we're gonna do a couple things. I think we're gonna the theme is lift. Theme equals lift. Well, sometimes I make things sound like something else, so instead of lift, it could have sounded like list. I was just being clear. But it's lift. Right? And what I was thinking is maybe we make it so that it yeah, you could accelerate like Gleb. We could do accelerate and decelerate, and then some sort of heat system so that it makes it go up and down, right? I'm not sure what we should do maybe for like obstacles. I think it was suggested that there be like you have to avoid a plane, some birds, maybe another hot air balloon. A mass ascension with a race. And different wind currents to blow the balloons off course. Yeah. Well, that's kind of, I mean, like, the whole reason I thought of the balloon, one, because it was lift, but because of the hot air balloon fiesta going on right now, right? So this thing. And it made me think about it. I was like, oh, hot air balloons. Red Bull shenanigans. Parachuters and wingsuiters. All right, so the question then is, what do I need a better viewport box to make it so you can see it better? Like, if it's this, I still feel like that's small. Can always fix that later, though. All right, if we did a bunch of ground, set the camera. Okay. So we have camera here. I guess I need to look them up. The difference between the camera properties and the viewport properties. I always get those confused. Camera properties are your base resolution. Okay, so we'll do like 320 by like 180, right? Yeah. We always recommend not touching any of this room stuff. Proper camera. All I know about the camera is this right here. That's it. And then once I set it, I usually forget about it. Yeah, it's just a game. It's a game jam. It's fun. I'm not worried about it too much. Although, starting next weekend on Saturday will be the 3-month RPG. And for that, I could definitely learn a better camera setup. Pretty essential. I've never really done it. Honestly, like every time, like this is what I've done. I've only done a couple projects, right? So I create the project, I make a camera, and set up right here, and that's it. This area right here. I've never done any more than that. I'm still learning. Okay, let me save that. So we're gonna take that. I have notes here somewhere. Notes. There we are, notes. Let's do notes. Oops. Do update. No, I don't want to update. All right, we got it. That is saved. Works for the very basic. Excellent. I'm very basic. Yeah. So the RPG is a learning project, right? Same thing as how the tower defense was. That was my learning project. So now, after the game jam, obviously, I'll switch process, and then starting next week will be the RPG one, and that will take us out through the year. And learning new things for an RPG will be essential in there. And welcome in, Brewer. How you doing? You've spent this week overhauling your UI setup, yeah, to set up your cameras and viewport properly. I'll be honest, I understand the basic of it. I understand the basic, right? I understand sort of how this works, and that's it. I have not spent a lot of time learning that. So between now and say Saturday, next Saturday, right? That is when I will work on learning a little more on that. So starting the project next week, we'll be able to go in, and maybe that'll be one of the first things we work on is setting up the camera properties. After we talk about like what the game is going to be or how do we want to go about it and that kind of stuff. So Gleb, I saved that link. So thank you for it. Homeless, you will be back. If you're still here, you have to do some shopping. Okay. I was going to say something creative, and I have no idea. It left my brain. Right. I see the notification. Ads are going to start in about 40 seconds. Yes, Jeepin needs snacks. We'll probably switch over and play some chess during the ad break. Maybe. I may have to do... Actually, I may take a quick bio break. Then we'll play some chess. All right. We have ads about to go off. So, like I just said, I'm going to go ahead and start that. Be right back. I'm going to take a quick bio break. I may top off my coffee a little bit. And then we'll be back and working on some of this. So hang tight, and I will see everybody soon. All right, be right back. All right, we are back, and thank you, Homeless. I appreciate that. I made that. God, it's been 2 years. I was using that in 2 years ago at least, or maybe I did it for last year. I don't remember. No, I think I did it for last year, so it's only been a year. But I think it fits, right? It's spooky season, so I have a new starting screen. I have a be right back. I have an ending screen. Yeah. And I used, what the hell's that software called? It's not DaVinci. Maybe it is. DaVinci Resolve. Yeah, that's it. So I used DaVinci to fix the animation stuff to it, and then you can splice in music and all that. That was a lot. All right, ads are over, so welcome back, everyone. All right, we're gonna start the game because I adjusted the camera properties, so we're gonna check that out. And this might be a little better. So now we have a little hot air balloon. It looks a little weird. That's okay. We'll fix up those graphics later. This is just here, right? All right. It looks like it's moving around pretty good. So we're going to... That's weird. Why won't you go down to the bottom of the screen? Well... Oh, it's the bottom of the viewport? Yeah. Okay. It's going down. The room is just really big. Yeah. And you can't tell because there's nothing in the room. It's just a massive, massive size room. And I was like, well, I don't know what we're doing yet. So I wanted to make just a very big room. Okay. Where do I have that? Let's edit this real quick. There. And then I think we'll take, whoops. We'll take this. Put it up a little higher. You go like that. All right. There. That's a little better, right? Is that redstone? It could be redstone. It's not redstone, but it could be redstone. So if you start, I don't know, here, redstone from Minecraft, yes. It's the fire to make it go up. We'll make it animate. Would that make it would that be better for you? Would you like it to animate? So it doesn't just look like it needs sound. Okay. Base there. It's animating. It's working, right? That's better. Okay. I'm glad you approve. I do have some good noises that we'll put in there for the torch, like for the flame. So it should probably not be animating unless you are going up, because it shouldn't be sitting on the ground just going all the time. And if you're going down, the flames aren't going up, right? It's only used when you're trying to ascend, not descend. But we'll worry about that later. All the llamas will catch fire, I know. We need to come up with what we want the object to be of this. Arwen does agree, yes. I know Arwen. Arwen is now hiding in the back of my camera. She is right here. In that little cage back, well, it's a big cage, but like back there, right? Okay. Yeah, she's back there. Right here. You can almost reach the cage. All right. She has been very excited about her new food. And somebody else, I don't know who, is just very excited about any food. You would think we don't feed you. You get fed all the time. Yes, you do. All right, so do we want something unique with this where it's just going to be above ground? Or do we want it to not be like, so my thought is, do we want this to be something where it's just above ground and you're doing stuff, or something totally different and you can fly around and then like go underground into a big cavern to avoid some stuff and come back out as well? How do I want to work that? I think we'll start it there. We probably also need all right, so we have the player. Do we want this to... I don't know. Let's draw some ground for a little bit. Right, so we have a little bit of ground. Then we have this as dirt. And we want this to be, it's a good dirt color. Like that. Do object, dirt, and do that. There. The other thing is, do I want the ground, in the dirt? I guess once we figure out what other else we want, I should probably, I wonder if I need to make, I should do it as like tile sets, or just keep doing it this way. We are going to take these guys. We're going to put them up in scenes. The other thing, all right, let's do a sprite. We'll call it a wall. Sprite. Wall block. Probably make it a little brighter. How's that? All right. Because the wall, now we need an object. Bring it out, and so this could be, we'll have to put it around the border of this. And we'll just enclose, we'll just do that for now. Okay. What sort of objectives do we think we want on this? Like, good morning, Panuch. Thank you for the Sophie treat. She's coming. You ready? Girl. So how is your morning going, Panuch? The layout on the screen here. Yeah, my overlay. I appreciate it. Speaking of that, I think I need to I don't need to adjust this that much. Whoops. If I do that, it's off a little bit, but that's okay. It's fine. Yeah, so I totally redid my, I added in my overlays from last year that I use for my Halloween stuff. So we have the little pumpkins there. I have a starting soon screen, a new be right back, an ending screen. I even added in something fun for when somebody raids. It drops a whole bunch of little zombies everywhere, and then they run around and leave the screen. So I got that working, and a couple new emotes. And then we'll go back to the normal stuff for November, and then I'll have to come up with something for the winter holiday. Yeah. All my the fun emotes, right? So there is, let me think. There's a couple there. 1, 2, 3, 4. Like 6 new ones. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. So that's all of them. All right. What? I think it should probably be a tile set. It'd make it much easier and faster if this was a tile set. But for now, we're just placing these out here like this, right? Like, what if you had to come down into the underground and followed some sort of like passageway, right? So when you took off from here in your little hot air balloon, you come up. Maybe you have something you have to avoid here, right? And then you have to go down below. So let's run it and sort of give you the idea. You are not where you're supposed to be. Okay. Why? Because you're up there. We want... Why can't I move the viewport? You're supposed to follow... How'd you lose it? Object. Player. Don't. Forget it. Oh, I see what I did. Okay. I think. All right, we'll save it. It'll be good. Let's start it. The camera should adjust to it now. Yes. So here we are, right? Then you take off in your hot air balloon. And you can fly around. And then let's say, for some odd known reason, there is a giant hole in the ground, and you have to go down into it and then through a cave system to avoid stuff there. And then you'll come back out. It'd be nice if the camera, it moves with the player, but it stayed in the center. That would be kind of nice. But like, you come back out because you can't see what you're doing. Yeah. So what if we do something silly like that, right? Make it so you have to take a hot air balloon underground, follow a passageway, you get to come back up, and who knows, like maybe that's it. Maybe you got to rescue people too. So you launch, you come all the way down, maybe you rescue them here, traverse back upwards. Something like that. Right? Okay. Well, that might work. But I think this needs to be set to a tile set. It's probably going to be the easiest. Yeah. A tile set would work well. Yeah. Just because there's so much territory, like I'm trying to cover with stuff, and it'd make it easy to draw it. But I think we'll do something fun like that, right? So before we get to mapping, and messing around with all that, even though that's the stuff I love doing, we need to work on some of the mechanic stuff of like the player system. Let me get my notes. All right. We want the player to have what? A hot air use. So on for up, it's off for down. We want acceleration. Acceleratability, maybe. We want this to be WASD movement. All right, so we had acceleration. We have the use of hot air. So let's go into our player, right? Oh, here's an idea. The hot air balloon needs gas to work, right? So maybe every so often, like you have a gas meter, like shows up like right here while you're using it. And it'll show you your gas level, like your is it propane? Propane. and you have a tank, and so it starts to go down, and you have to pick up new tanks every so often. And so we have a gas meter for propane usage, right? What was that? Panooch, I appreciate the lurk. All right, we want so player, right? We're gonna add in one of these. Let's do one more here. Let's put it at the beginning. This a copy. Let's put it there without this. Okay. So we want sprite index set. So while how am I going to get that to work? We have, when it's just sitting there, the sprite index is at 0. When we use the W, these need to be it needs to be animated. Right? Hold on, let me find some different music. This is kind of not what I want. What do we feel like today? Techno? Some techno music works. Party music. Well, that's techno, right? All right. So we need a hot air. Okay, when maybe I have two different images. Maybe I just have one that is only the balloon in the basket, and there's no hot air balloon, like the flames working. Right? And then when you press the key to go up, it switches the sprite image so that it will show the animation. Let's try that. So we'll open this one. Just call this idle. And then we'll call this one the animated one. Right. So idle. We don't need all these. We just want this like that. And then we'll switch this so that it doesn't have that, but since I changed something. Okay. So now, instead of it being a sprite index, we're going to say sprite image equals SPR layer score idle, right? And here, when you're going up, sprite image equals SPR player. I don't know if that's going to work, but nope. You are not working. So why? This stuff usually had predictive text to give me a hand, and all that has gone away. So I want sprite index even though I'm using two different images. Okay. Sprite index equals sprite player idle. And then here, we're going to change the image to the other one. Sprite index equals sprite player. Right. Oh, okay. Okay. Sprite index is the sprite itself. An image index. Okay. All right. So then we're going to take this and we're going to have to put that into every single one of these. I know there's better ways to write it. I know. We're making it very... So if... I could probably do this as an and statement too. Like if keyboard check is pressed with a W, it's this. Otherwise, we have, I could probably do it as an else. You could share a solid movement and collision snippet if you'd like. Sure. So yeah, I had to remember how to write this. I actually had to look up this morning how to do keyboard stuff again. I know, Arlen. I did. Because the tower defense didn't have any of that. And so it's been 6 months since I did anything with a player, because the avatar one that you see running around the bottom of the screen, are they not there? Hold on, I just saw they're not there. What is going on? All right, let me find the avatars. Hold on. They are running, they're just not showing. Stream avatars? Is that it? Capture specific window. This one. There they all are. Ugh. They've been there the whole time. They just not in view. So that program, those Twitch avatars, right? They did not have a player in it as well because they automatically move around. So yeah, it's been like at least 6 months since I did anything with a player. All right, and we're going to make run in front of stuff. That's fine. Sophie, come here. I know somebody was walking out front. It's okay. Yes, somebody was working out front. It's okay. They are. I know. So we had if keyboard check W. I know she thinks it's her sidewalk, especially if they hit the little gravel that's out between like our patio and where the sidewalk is. She goes nuts. She's like, nope, that's my gravel. They probably have a small dog or something, because that's usually when she goes nuts. So we want she thinks it's her sidewalk only. She. Yes. Sophie. She is telling them to get off her lawn. Yes. That's pretty much how it goes. Right, Sophie? I know. This covers basic 8-direction movement and collision. Okay. So, to show that, what are you doing? What the hell? Why is it being weird? All right, hold on. That page locked up my browser. One moment. It's got ads all over it. All right, what the hell? There we go. Okay. it's probably going to pop up all these ads again here on this browser, but go away, go away. All right, so this is what you had sent in, right? GameMaker, variable X input, variable Y input. Oh, see, I started it that way, and I did, instead of keyboard check, I did a virtual key. I did keyboard check, virtual key, left and right. And I was thinking that it should only be done that way. The left side of it, I know, is -1, and the other side is +1. And then this is different. So if X input, go away, ads. God. I hate you, ads. This page has lots of them. All right. Trying to hide them from you, everybody, because they're annoying. So this is what we're looking at. Let me get rid of these. No, they're not going to let me. So we have, if your exploit is not 0 or Y is not 0, we are moving. Okay, so direction, point direction, X, Y, speed, length, direction, move, and collide. Your colliders. Okay. So move and collide supports both objects and tiles and handles slopes really well for both. Okay. Your colliders can be an object, a tile map, or an array mixing both. Huh. All right. Well, let's move that. It's still going to show it, but we're going to redo this, right? So we're just going to take this, do that. We're going to rewrite this down here. So originally I had variable, I think I said move X, but this needs to be local X. Does it need to be camel case? Variable lowercase x input. Keyboard check. ORD. We'll do A. What? A. Because A is -1, right? A is -1, so A should go first. And D, keyboard check, board D will be the positive one to go to the right. Okay. X input. No, this is Y input. Y. I heard you, R1. Y input. Keyboard check. ORD. This should be W for negative to go up, and then keyboard check. ORD. This is S, and that should go down. There. The other way around. Right is D is right. Yeah, D is to the right. So, okay, that's my question, because it was saying like right here. I know it showed D in the front, but then it says this will be -1 or 1. So isn't D going to the right to be a positive, not a negative? Like, are these in position of that? What is what I mean? All right, let's change that back to, we'll do it as it shows. For some reason, I think it's the opposite, but that's okay. D, A. All right. So then we're doing an if statement. If we want X, why is there no predictive text anymore? What broke? Like it should, if I already have it typed, start to come up with stuff. But it doesn't do that anymore. Stupid GameMaker. Thing breaks on me all the time. All the time. So this is not equals 0. Want me to restart it? Okay. So Code Editor 2 also does not highlight right away. I usually have to stop and restart it for Code Editor 2 to show the highlighting properly. Okay. So now I need to put this back where it was. To there. Let me see if now what's wrong with OBS? There we go. Okay. You're still on CE1. It's more consistent. CE2 should be much better when 24.14 comes out. You would think it would be... we're almost in 2026. They should be keeping up. Starfish, you are heading out. I appreciate you for being here. Thanks. And I hope you have a great day. They are. And I use the Steam version because I like everything through Steam. I like having it track time, track usage, that kind of stuff. So I'm on this one up here. I know there's like GameMaker has way too many versions, so all right. We are trying. All right, so we have this, or there we go, or we want our Y input. We're doing this. X input equals 0. All right. Then we'll do this. So now variable direction equals point direction with 0, 0. X input and underscore Y input. Right? Everything is all red on me. Okay. Let's get rid of some of those. Then variable, we're doing X speed. And this is going to equal length dir x and move speed and dir. All right. What? You don't have move speed yet. So we'll have to get that in here too. Variable, it wants y speed equals same thing. dir underscore y. This is move speed and underscore dir. Okay. And then it's move and collide x speed y speed and your colliders. What? Collide in the stuff. Move using your calculated speeds and collide with stuff in your colliders array. Okay, we don't have a colliders array. The wall object. Okay. All right. So it's asking for the same move speed. We don't have move speed set yet. We need to set that. If we do that, or does it need? So this, we're going to set it to that. Okay. And I think that is it for that movement. Ads are about to go off. I wasn't paying attention. I just saw the notification flash away. So ads are about to go off. While ads are going off, which they are now, we're going to take a break and we're going to play some chess, right? So let me get browser. There we are. Chess puzzle on ad break. For anybody that is not in ads, you are welcome to help with chess puzzles. We're just taking a little break, that's all. All right. What do we need to do? We are on black pieces. White made its move. I think we're going to move this, right? We're going to move our queen to here. It will force this to move. So it moved backwards, right? I think what we'll do next is go here. That, for the most part, put it into checkmate. Put it in a draw almost. But that worked. How about... All right, so we're on black again. If we go there, because, all right, that is not correct. We want to get rid of this, right? So if I go here, it's in jeopardy. If I go here, it's also in jeopardy. So we don't want to do that. This was wrong. If I go with this to here, it's in jeopardy. I could go here, or we could go here to come all the way down here. But, like, either one of these is going to be kind of wrong. Well, looks like ads are over. So, chat, if you play chess, what do you think your move should be here? I think if we just take it, what then? King comes out a little bit. It gets rid of this piece, and I would lose 2 pieces. Because this, I could lose 2, right? Well, nope. That is not it. If we go there, we already know that one's wrong. If I go here or here, the pawns are protecting it. If I take the pawn, it forces the king to take the rook, right? And then what? If I go there, like, Oh, I want to go here. I didn't see it until now. Okay. I want to go here. Reason is the pawn cannot take it because it would put the king into check. So now I need to move my rook up one. The king will be in check. The king cannot move back to its previous position, so cannot move here. It will have to use and back. Wait, balloons? Yes, we're just finishing up the chess puzzle from the ad break. So we go here. It moves the bishop. We take the bishop, and now it's checkmate. You think move the rook up? Yes. Yep, that was it. So we just had to move. Once we had that open and the king had been forced out of the position into the corner, move it here. It took, to protect the king, it had to move the bishop. So move the bishop. We take the bishop. The king has nowhere to go now. And so it's checkmate. Yeah, if I'm not on like going to do a be right back or anything on the ad break, I sit and play chess. I like the chess puzzles because they're normally pretty like quick, right? The king is going to use his Lupin 3 card and escape. Yeah, I mean, it could have. All right. Using the function that Gleb suggested, this is how we now have our directional input. It should work. We're going to start it, and then I can see what I have wrong. Yeah. Okay, so we have here, the balloon is in idle. There is no fire on it down here, right? No fire. It goes up. It's also not doing fire, but we have all our movement. So we need to make a collision with the wall, but that's pretty good. All right, so how do I retell it to change the sprite index now? Variable X input D. If so, you know when you are moving. Let me start it again. So we have it so when it goes up, right? That's where I need the sprite index to change. And it needs to be, so variable, if X input is not 0, direction, point direction, X, Y here. No, you mean in the code, you know exactly when the movement happens. If Y is input is negative, you are moving up. Correct. So when Y input W, that still confuses me here, according to the other paper. And it's just probably the way they have it. But like, yeah, if Y is -1, you're moving up. If Y is 1, you're moving down. And right now we have this. So in here, right? We have if we have y speed, we have point direction, y input. It needs to be like another little if statement inside it. Or can we just, I mean, like, say if y input equals -1, right? Because if y input is going to be -1, then we want the animated one showing. And I think order of operation wise, it needs to be below this one. So now we know what it's doing. Oh, all right. So each of those keyboard checks calls returns either true or false. Right. Which is used as either 1 or 0. Right. It's called Boolean method. Yep. Then which key goes first is determined by which way the coordinate goes. Right. Yes, X is negative left and positive right. Which still, I don't like this. Still doesn't seem right to me, but that's okay. Because I would assume this side where it says S is negative. All right, hold on. Then which key goes first is determined by which way the coordinate goes. X is negative left and positive right. Correct. Y is negative up and positive down. Correct. So if D is held, we get 1. Correct. You're going to the right. And if A is held, we get -1. Correct. If both are held, we get 0, 1, 1. Yeah. Okay. And A is held. Yeah, I still think I think the left side here. Oops. No, that's right. I think of this side as negative, but that's okay. And I think of this side as the positive. So to me, I would think they would reverse. But this is positive and this one is the negative. That's all right. So if we're saying if y input does not equal 0, you're doing these things. But if y input equals -1, then we need to switch the index, right? By subtracting the two checks, you get a single value for directional input. Gotcha. Yeah, like I think part of it is just like here. So I don't know. I just, for some reason, I just think this side of it is negative. I don't know why. I just always just thought of it as like, oh, this is negative, and then this one is the positive, but it's just reversed. That's all. Okay. So it worked, but now I need to undo it. All right, idle, we go up, it's working. Down, it turns off. Left and right, it turns off, and up, it works. Okay, so we got it going. It's the idea, yep, for -1, 0, yeah. And for both axes, yes. You got to go, have fun. Gleb, I appreciate you hanging out on a Saturday morning. I hope you have a great day. All right. So now we have animation correct for going up. When we are choosing to go down, the flame goes away. And we're back up and the flame works. And if we're going left or right, we do not have a flame. It's only when we are going up. And if we choose to go at a diagonal, we have a flame. Right? We got to make it so we can't go through our walls at some point, but that's all right. So now I think that works. So now we have a working player. We can delete this. This is a much simplified version of this. I like this. All right. There we go. So what do we have? Why is my title look weird? I just saw it. Figures like nothing works right today. Okay. I don't know. Whatever. It's no biggie. It's working now. Title's correct. I saw it over here and it looked like it was correct, but I wasn't looking at my stream. Okay. So now what do we want to do? We need to figure out, I guess, what we're actually doing with stuff. We should probably make a tile set. Oh, we should check our wall. Perfect. Okay. Let's it's not what I wanted. We have system. I want this above that. Resources. Scripts, sounds, objects, sprites. And we'll do a tile set. All right, let's grab let's think about this. This needs to be a big sprite, right? How many things do we want to cross? It probably only needs to be, if it's 32 by, I don't know, let's make it 6 across. That should be fine. So we'll say it's going to be 192 by 6 things down. I think that should be plenty for this. Edit image. We want a 32 by 32 image here. There. That will be our zone, and we'll fix that here in a minute. So right now we have our ground, which is green, like a dark green, and we're going to put that right beside it. It is not showing me. Well, let's do this. That doesn't quite work like I was thinking. For now, we'll grab that and make it a green. Go like that. Right. Then let's make a brown. More like that brown. And we'll do the same thing, but down here. $32, $32, $64. Right? And for now, that'll work. So what we'll do is we take it. We have to get rid of the black. And that will be our sprite. So this is an SPR tile set. And we're going to make a tile set. We'll just call it tile set. There. Tile width, we're going to do 32 by 32. Right? And that looks good. That's it. So over here, we want a tile. I'm gonna bring you all the way down here. Yeah, I know. We're going to delete you. Ground. There. So now we should be able to do this. We can grab a tile, come all the way out, right? Easy peasy. Maybe. Why is there a gap? Did I mess it up? I messed it up, didn't I? So, workspace. No, 2. Let's put that back the way it was. 2. All right, let's go look at the sprite here. If they're 32, why? What is this? 32 by 32. But yet this should be 32 by 32 as well. It's not. This should be 264. And then this one is 32 wide. And that should be down to 64. Okay. So we have that. What am I missing here? What am I missing here? Workspace. So, oh, hi, good. Use the grid to line things up easier. Set cell size to 32 by 32. On the room, grid 32 by 32, right? Somehow, I thought I was doing it right, and I ended up with lines between it. Oh, in the sprite editor? Edit image, grid. See, that doesn't make sense to me. Why? Grid 16 by 16, 32 by 32. Okay, but if I'm drawing here, right, that shows it to be 31 by 31. Why is that? Why is there like one offset somewhere? All right. Anyways, let's grab this. It goes there. Oh, 0, 0. Yeah, you're right. You win the prize. I don't have a prize, but you win it if I had one. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. Okay. All right. That will fix it. It'll at least get us started, and then we'll come back and actually make the map probably later. That may not even be until Monday or something, but we'll get it started. Perfect. So now, Citizen Grim, chirp, chirp. You chirping in? Okay. So we have, I did see it. I saw it in a RPG tutorial for GameMaker where they talked about grabbing the tile set map ID. But no, off the top of my head, I do not. I do not. Collision tile map equals tile map. Let me write. Let me grab my notes. Okay. So collision tile map equals tile layer tile map get ID, your tile layer name. Right. So for this, we have it underground. Then you pass in collision tile map to move and collide. So under here, I need to do things. All right. So is this, we put that up top, right? Okay, I have to remember your stuff's all camel case. Got it. So we have collision tile map. Equals layer tile map get ID ground. And then here we'll do collision tile map. Yeah. Okay. So if I want move and collide for both the tile map and the object wall, it needs to be done that way. Do not call it twice. Okay. Use an array for two things. Okay. Why? What happens if you call it twice? Is that like the dividing by 0 and I'm gonna have a black hole in my program? You move twice. Oh. Okay. Move and collide. So we need to make an array. Probably make that here. All right, so we're going to do one with collision tile map. We're going to make it with I don't know. We'll just let me refresh trying to write this thing. We're going to say this and object wall, right? But we can name this something. It's, so what's a good name? Colliders. Colliders. Okay. Colliders. Right? Now, if I put that down here and we just call it colliders, that should take both those items and put it in here, so you only are moving it once, but it's checking for them. Let me do something while I'm thinking about it. All my stuff. I just did not pay attention before starting, but that's okay. There we go. I was trying to get more of like Arwen back here. Right, Arwen? Hi. In the picture, but can't get it. All right, so we have an array called colliders. Inside colliders, we have our collision tile map and our object wall. And then we have this set here. All right, let's run it. So cannot move down, goes up, and can come back. It does not see the wall. Why? Does this matter? Like, is it in... Does it have to be in a different order? You have object wall first. Yeah, I don't even think I set a collision mask on the wall yet. All right, well, collision mask is set automatic for, we can set it to full image. Collision mask is fine. Yeah. The object, I have it as visible solid. Solid instances will automatically be placed back in their previous position when in collision. Well, let's think. Object. Set the object sprite to that wall sprite. In the object tab. Wait, what? Yeah, solid's not on. Right here. So we're in the object wall. Set the object sprite to that wall sprite. It is. We have it set here. We'll do it again. But right, so it's there. In the object tab. Am I missing a tab? Okay. Should be correct. Okay. Let's start it again. All right, we can go up, not through here. And it just goes wherever it wants. So in the room, let's check out what we have. Oh, I deleted it. I'm an idiot. that would be why. I deleted it. Give me a minute. Yeah. Okay. I'll just put you there. We will do... Why is there a gap? Like, why? Where does this... It says in there. What the hell? Oh, top left. Oh, I see. Okay. All right, we'll do that for now. We have this. Also, open up your tile set sprite. Tile set sprite here. Collision. And set its collision to automatic and precise. Okay. What is precise do? Oh, that will enable slopes and other non-square tiles farther down the line. Okay. Yeah, it works. I appreciate that. There's a lot of the basic stuff that I probably should get better with. Especially, well, that's partly why doing a RPG learning project, right? There's a lot of this stuff that I don't know as a basic. Because usually I get in here, I make the room, I do stuff, and then I'm off on running around doing all the other things. But I'm not very good at setting some of this stuff. Let's see it working. Okay. So now we can't go down and we can't go out. So we are good there. Now you got to go. Yeah. I appreciate you sticking around. No problem. I will have lots of time for learning stuff too. And Saturday of next week will be the beginning of the RPG project, and I'll spend most of Saturday, beginning part of the stream at least, trying to go over the basics and get that stuff all set. Gleb, I appreciate you hanging out. Thanks for being here on a Saturday, and enjoy the rest of your day. Feel free to try a slope tile. All right, we can do that. So, all right, we need to also think about what we want to do now, right? Let's make that slope tile. Because we're going to need, I think that'll be a good one for right there. We'll edit this. If we say corner to there, right? That's there. We should do one going... Let's do it down here. Let's make slope. Fill in. We'll do one this way. Like that. Let's capture this. We're going to move these so they go there. Okay. Perfect. All right, let's get here, right? Pick this. Okay. I think that's what we're going to do. I think we're going to have some obstacles up top, but then you have to go underground in a hot air balloon to figure it out, right? So we are unpinning that message. My original message needs to be redone because apparently I was messing with stuff. Okay. All right. That looks good. Let's try it, right? And then we need to think about an object or something that we have to avoid. Maybe also if you let go of the heat, so if you let go of going up, it will slowly start to come down. We could try doing that too. I wonder how we get it. I may have to look it up. So it stays in the middle of the screen, like the viewport with it. Because you can't see like what's coming up, right? Okay. So in the room, it's got to be in the room, right? Viewports. If we enable physics, and we give this thing gravity on X 10, Y 0, and then on the player object physics, we want density 0.5. Let's try it with that before we start changing the weight of the object. All right, so we can go up, and then it's not pulling it yet. All right. Alerted friction sensor schematic start. Nope. So, does that mean the room needs higher gravity? Maybe, but what am I missing here? We have sprite layer. Text. We have object player. Oh, right here. Use physics. That's what I needed. Okay, let's restart it. And whoa, where are you going? You stop right there. Listen here. Yes, use physics, but density is that room physics. We have X is 30. We're going to say 10. And Y 10. It was set to that for some reason. Let's see if that does anything. Okay. Density, collision group, linear dampening, friction. We'll say 0.5. Okay, so now if we try to go up, we can't, but it just wants to go down. We'll say 0.1. Gravity here. Let's look up we want here. Also, it's already been an hour. Their ads are going to be here in about 30 seconds. On this one, I'm going to take a quick be right back. So we need GameMaker physics. Right? I hear it. The sandwich from Tangia. Yes. Snack time. All right. Ads are about to go off. Thanks for playing that, Homeless. What is that? All right. Taking a quick break, and I will be back in a few. Hang tight. Okay, I'm back. So, let's see where we're at. We were trying to work with physics, right? So everything gets moved around here. Let me move. This one, right? All right. So we want GameMaker manual on physics. Integrated dedicated physics library. Great. Reactive system. Apply force. No. What we're trying to do is set the balloon so it has weight, right? The room has weight. I guess we need to probably watch some stuff. We don't want bounce or break. We do want maybe physics objects. Welcome back, Kelvar. Have a gravity variable that always tries to move the player down. Yes. So I'm trying. I'm taking a couple of minutes to try to learn room physics a little better with GameMaker. How goes the game, Grog? Game's going pretty good. So I have this, right? So we have a couple of things. We have better movement now. I was making the tile sets. And now what I'm trying to do is set the room or the use physics on the object, right? So I have that clicked. Objects have a built-in gravity variable. I know they have it like down here, right? But to enable that stuff, don't you have to turn on physics for the room? So I enabled physics. You don't need physics, though you could use physics. Yeah, and there's probably a reason they don't use it, Kelvar. But I don't know how to do it either way. So let's disable it, because right now it just kind of falls. So the only reason I was thinking of physics is all I was thinking of was if the object of the balloon had a little bit of weight, when you tried to make it, is this a physics game? Well, it could be a physics game. I mean, if the balloon has a little bit of weight and you are not using the gas to go up, then it gently starts to fall down, right? So it has a little bit of physics to it. But it never hurts to try to learn it. I can do that without physics, though. Okay. Let's revert it. So let me turn off the game physics. Let me come back in here and tell it not to use physics. So now none of it's there. right? And just to make sure, we'll start the game and then we'll go in and work on it. So I have it here. It's still colliding properly. Okay. There. So now we'll go into the code. Let me, what do I have open here in front of here? I have a browser. Let me close that browser. Weights and stuff. Using physics to me means gravity. Yes, gravity. A hot air balloon fights gravity all the time. That's why I was thinking of the physics, right? So like if you're not accelerating using the propane tank with the burner on top of the basket to send you up, the hot air balloon starts to come down. But it doesn't always have to be for bouncing around, that kind of stuff. Well, it sort of does, Kelvar. I mean, physics with gravity is physics. So the balloon comes down. That's the reason I was starting to try to use it. If I just need gravity, we don't need to use the physics. And time to give Sophie a treat. Okay. We can do the Sophie treat. Come here. Sit. Girl. Okay, let's go at it without using the built-in physics system. Use physics means use GameMaker physics engine. Yeah, you can do physics without the built-in stuff. Okay. So gravity is a term it knows. Got it. All right. So what if we said this in my little if statement that I put right here, right? We said if y input -1, this, right? Sprite index this, but we can also say, see here, let's do this. Let me make this a new line. I'll make this a new line. And we can put gravity. Rasta, welcome in. How are you doing today? We can say gravity equals 0, right? Otherwise, we're going to do it this way. How's that? Like that, right? Oh, I said 0.2. Gravity equals gravity. All right. So let's see. You apply gravity without regard to input before calling move and collide, you think? Probably. You're doing all right. You're trying to figure out how to make a multiplayer work. Oh, multiplayer? I have never done a multiplayer. Rasa, are you using... I'm assuming you're using GameMaker, right? Yeah, and Grog, yeah, you don't necessarily need to turn off gravity. Rasta, no, you're using Unreal 5. Gotcha. I know zero about Unreal. Wait, Calvar, what do you use? Is it Unreal that you use? Okay, so when you press up, try doing, instead of the gravity, try doing V speed instead of the gravity, right? So V speed minus equals 0.25. Okay, so we have gravity set up top. Oh, Unity. Okay, Calvar, you use Unity. You've done some stuff in Unreal 5, Godot, and Monogame. Well, Calvar, do you know, does Unreal have, I don't know, a package or something to help with multiplayer? Rasta uses Unreal. It definitely does. Grog, do you know Unreal by chance? Okay, so we have V speed minus equals negative 0.25. Yeah. Unfortunately, I don't know those. Right. All right. So now we have that if you're not so if Y input is -1, meaning you are going up, your V speed is then a fraction. And if not, so do we need to set V speed back to like 0 or something? There is stuff to Rasa, there is stuff to help with multiplayer, but also making things RNG, which is messing everything else up, and to add to it. It's your first game, so you're learning as you go. Welcome to game dev. Welcome to learning as you go. That is what I've been doing for like the last year and a half with GameMaker, is basically learning as I go. So I've been doing 3-month-long projects. I finished my first game back in it was like April. That took me like a year to make. Then I did a Avatar 3-month Twitch integration project to learn that, which is the ones you see running around the bottom of the screen. Then I did a 3-month tower defense game, which just ended about a week ago. I took last weekend off. This weekend I'm doing the game jam for New Mexico, which the theme is Lift. And next weekend I'll be starting a 3-month, or take me through the end of the year, RPG game as a learning project. Okay, just run it and try it out. Gravity affects V speed automatically. Okay. Okay. Where'd you go? It didn't catch it in time, but it's totally gone. It just fell through the world. All right, physics is off on this thing, right? Yes. So we come back in here, lower the gravity. We have it at 0.2. Let's do 0.002. And in move, That's probably too low. Maybe not. I don't know. We can make it like a 0.01 and just see what it does from there. And then in the move and collide, use H speed as well in V speed instead of X and okay. So instead of X speed and Y speed, use H speed and V speed. Now, is that going to mess things up with this part? It removes it out of the function, right? Like it moves it out of the move and collide thing. Okay. H speed, Y speed. So we have H speed, Y speed, or is it V speed? Hold on. V speed. V speed. Unity works a bit different. You always use it to do things like detect collisions, but you may or may not use it for the movement or full-blown physics simulations. Physics. Yeah, so this is my collision detector right now, this move and collide. And so it's checking for this array, where in my array here I have collision tile maps and object wall. Which there. Okay. Let's run that. See if it catches it up in time. Well, it's not catching it fast enough, but it is it left the game. I don't know where it went. When you started it though, I wish this thing would kick in faster. No. Don't go that fast. Never mind. It left the game again. All right, so we're off a little bit, right? It is moving to the point where it's not seeing the tile map anymore. So it moves it through it. And up is too fast. So we're going to try it again with those. And your current Unity game. Whoops, hold on. No. And now I can't move left or right. Okay. No. It's getting there. It's getting there. I can sort of hit it and then like it will stop, but it's traveling past the walls. The collision stuff right now. All right. So we're getting closer, right? In your game, Unity, you were using kinetic or kinematic bodies. Yes. That's an available thing here too. I can use them right here. You can't see it, but down here is an option on this side for kinematic. All right, so gravity is still a bit strong. And with the way gravity is, okay. Check out the dock. There's an example for turning gravity off when you touch. All right, so gravity is one of the built-in variables in all instances, and when set, will apply a constant force of gravity direction of the instance. Okay. Influencing both the instance speed and direction. Note that gravity is a cumulative force and will accelerate the object if you choose not to cap the final speed. And it's visual, or it's usual that you'd set this variable to a small decimal like 0.01. If you set the gravity to 0, then no gravity will be applied. All right. So now, if place meeting, so let's also look at our code, right? Hold on here. Let me grab this. Okay. So, where's a good spot to put it? Like right there. So it's saying if place meeting X and Y +1, object ground, gravity is 0.01. So if it is not touching ground, it's 0.1. When it touches ground, it's 0. Right. Well, so right now, we took out the ability to use variable X speed and Y speed because we're using H speed and V speed. Moving collide there. What if we made that if switch these to H speed and V speed? No, like that? That doesn't seem like it's what we want. So let's think. Let's walk through this. We have move speed set here. We don't have anything up here for move speed. This is grabbing the input for both Y and X. And we're saying if X input is not 0 or Y input is not 0 or is not or equal to 0, then we have variable direction, point direction here, right? If Y input equals -1, and I should probably start getting in the habit of doing this, right? But for now, we'll just leave it. If Y input equals -1, then we change our sprite index to this, and our V speed is this. So if you're going up, and then after that, we say else your sprite index is this. Right now, there is nothing that says gravity is 0. And maybe it shouldn't start like this. Maybe it should start as a 0. Right? There's a window blocking half my screen. So there is. Okay. Sorry about that. Oh, today's been like a crazy stream day. I take a week off because, I was fixing the Jeep last Saturday, and then we went to the hot air balloon fiesta. And then Monday I was just getting all of her stuff organized for the cooking stream with her decorations. But I come back in this, everything's all weird, right? So somewhere along the line, my computer updated. All my sound got messed up. So I spent the first 10 minutes or so, maybe almost 15 minutes this morning being a jackass and sitting there streaming with no sound on whatsoever. No mic, no nothing. Fun times. I'm not paying attention to some stuff. That's all. Okay. So, if we set gravity, now we could leave it the way it was, right? Or not set it in there, but maybe we should have it here. I feel like if Y input equals -1, that we can have, we'll have, this is where gravity is equal to 0, right? But here, like that, right? and not have it up here. Because I only want it when it's being activated or not activated. All right, let me run it so I can see why my thinking is not like correct. Where do you think you're going? Stop going through. Okay. Going up there. Gradual decline. Should gravity always affect the balloon unless grounded? Gravity should pretty much affect the balloon all the time. Right? Like, even, I mean, if you are on the ground, it should probably have some gravity. So we could set it so that it has it. But then when you go up, gravity like is there, but then not there. Well, the gravity is what makes you fall through the floor. Yeah. So we need a couple other things. One, can I do this as a and add in place meeting? Wait, that doesn't make sense. Ignore that. Hold on. So we need the place meeting in here somewhere, right? So if access in this, right, should be like checking if I'm grounded. So if we take it out for here for a minute, what if we said if place meeting X, Y, object wall. No, wait, this is ground. So this has to be a tile set. Shit. What did I call it? Collision tile map. It can take the array too. I was trying to figure out whether or not I wanted it touching, like having it ask like about the wall, but I don't think it really matters. If place meeting is against the colliders, then we want gravity to equal 0. if we touch the walls or the ground, it becomes 0. Yeah, that you may, yeah. So, because right now, like if I touch a wall, it's 0. Because I have a wall on the top to prevent you from going out of the screen. If you touch that one, it becomes 0. If you're touching the wall, you'll stick to the wall. I don't know if I want you to touch it. I just don't want you to go through it. So if you're trying to go to the left, you'll just stay there, right? If you just make it so you run out of fuel. We could do that, yeah. Okay. So let's just make that object wall collision tile map, right? So if you are touching the collision tile map, gravity is 0. Okay. So it's attempting to go through it. It's slowly winning. And it doesn't want to come back down. Okay, so we got to still work on that. We have but don't worry about walls or ceilings yet. Yeah, I'm not really worried about it. Just focus up and down. Yeah. So if place meeting with a collision tile that map gravity equals 0. This is still active because it was continually fighting the ground and trying to go through it. Then, so we have collision with tile map 0, right? Yeah, so I disabled it for now because it was still trying to do this. It was put a breakpoint on line 10. Okay, let me undo this. Breakpoint on line 10 and see if you hit it. Okay. Yes. So I hit it. Right? So without touching anything, you can see it's fighting the ground and slowly forcing its way through it. It's interesting, right? Well, let me stop it. And it sees this. So I think it's in between every single check. It identifies it and then immediately. So maybe this needs to be up higher. I don't know. Maybe if it's giving it a moment to like run it. And while it does that, it has that moment, it automatically is like, oh, you have gravity. Then, oh, no, you don't. Right? We set it to that. How about this? If place meeting with tile set, gravity equals zeros. Otherwise, gravity equals 0.01. No, it's still doing the same thing. All right. And it didn't do it fast enough. So there it goes. Still trying to do its thing. All right, this is not correct. I don't have physics on anywhere else. This says no physics here. If we set this just like that. Oops. All right. So right now, gravity is 0. It's not going through the ground. We can go up. And it comes down. But then it just wants to go through the ground with no problem. So this, I think we are going to make it a 0.001. Because it doesn't need to immediately start to fall down. It has a little bit of hot air in there. There. We have to stop it. It has to identify it and stop. We are closer, I think. We are much closer, I think. All right. Let's stop that. We have it correct here. Move and collide. Our H speed if I just put this back. I just want to see this for a minute. Okay. Gravity 0. We launch. It comes back down. And it goes through the object. Okay. So when you are okay, we have a few things there. So while it is -1, this, but this is keyboard check. Direction, point direction. Pretty close. I know R1. If you can't hear, R1 is making little noises behind me. You forget, what keys are you hitting to keep the balloon up in the air? What keys? These. So to keep it up in the air, you have to hold the W key. Comment out line 30. Line 30. Am I moving collide one? Okay. Why? So speed and HB, gravity, V speed are all tied together, and the object will move in accordance to the values. Right. Okay. So, like, if I run it now, it's close. It starts at 0 now. So it's not trying to go through the ground. If I hit W, it takes off. If I just tap it, it does it on its own. So it continually goes up until I hit S to tell it to stop. Then it starts to come back down on its own, right? But it's not colliding with the ground at that point. It just wants to go through it. And right now we only have up and down. My left and right are gone. Ah. Not at the moment. So when we can set V speed to 0 there. Now, why? Oh, okay. This is my left and right. That makes sense. Okay. Minus, welcome in. How are you doing today? All right. So now let's check something. We're still at 0 gravity when it's touching the ground. We go up. We're good. And you hit S to stop the up, right? It gradually still goes up as a hot air kind of balloon does. Then it starts to fall. And there we are. Okay, that was the issue. So now it stops at the ground again. But we need to bring back the move and collide with X speed and Y speed to give me my left and right. No more move and collide? Well, how am I going to go left and right? H speed. Okay. So if Y speed or Y input is -1, otherwise I need to have if X input to go left and right. Right? So inside here, how hardcore do you want to go into the physics of a hot air balloon? All right. Well, all right. So the whole reason I started this, whoops, was, let me bring this down. We're going to show this. This is the event that just occurred on, it's this whole week, right? The hot air balloon fiesta. They don't they have side vents. They have string, like ropes on the sides, left and right. You know, and so they have the ropes to be able to open up vents to help move it. But what they do is they really look for the box in the air, right? So the box is, there's different layers of atmosphere, and one layer may be moving this way at a certain amount of speed, but then the one above it, if it's what they call the box, it means it's going back the opposite direction. So when they're doing competitions here, you'll go up in the one layer and they'll go one way, and then they have to raise up to the next layer and come back. And then they drop objects on like circles on the ground and stuff. So do we want to control it manually? Well, here's a thought. When I was going to have some fun with it, and I was like, oh, what if you had to go down almost underground with a hot air balloon? And you had to fly to get around and pick up stuff, right? and then escape and get back up to where you want to be. But it doesn't have to be that way at all. I have no actual idea for this game jam. We could keep it everything above ground and just make it so you go across and you have obstacles you have to avoid, and you either can go left or right based upon the airflow, like you're saying. And I don't know, we can make airflow here go like to the right, and airflow here make you go left. So all you're really controlling is left or up and down, and based upon which current you're in will take you back and forth, like you're saying. And ignore the whole underground stuff. Also, ads, I wasn't paying attention. I think that, I mean, it would be kind of cool. I was avoiding, well, you tell me. I was trying to avoid a Flappy Bird scenario. If I have it, so you have to go into your air currents and avoid stuff coming at you, do you feel like it would be too much like that type of game? Totally different type. Okay, that's all I was worried about too. And I was just like, well, I didn't want people to think it was just like that style, right? All right, so what we need to do then is set air currents. Flappy balloons. I'm pretty sure a flappy balloon is a falling balloon, by the way. They should not be flappy. Nope. Not flappy. All right, let me get rid of this stuff. Yeah. I mean, they have like, well, there's shapes. You got weird shapes, right? Like weird shapes. All kinds of stuff. Giant astronaut guy here, fire truck, little buggy. They're not really flappy. No, not really flappy. Right, so how do we do this? If we need to set Y parameters, if step we can make it stinky for sure. Who was that? Homeless. That was stinky. So is up and down working right now? Let's double check it. I'm gonna say yes. So we have up. Okay, when you press up, it just continually goes up on its own. Because once you activate it, it just wants to keep doing it. And now I can't get it to stop. So, stop. There we go. it kind of works, right? So I can go up and down, but like they're just pressed. It's key checking, but it's pressed. So up, it'll continue to go until I hit S to stop it. Then it'll start to come down, which could be on or off, right? So if it's on, you're going up. If you hit S to turn it off, now you're coming back down. What's the code look like? This. Whoops. Not that. This. All I have are these inputs. That's it. And all I'm saying is when I got to fix some of the camel case stuff that I was the variable with the X input and Y input. Gleb had given me, and I don't really like camel. Okay. So X input and Y input, right? Then we're saying if X input is not or equal to 0 or Y input, then this stuff, oops, occurs. As soon as I'm done fixing it all. All right. Remove the gravity from line 26 here. But put it in an else of the collision on line 9. What did I say it was? 0.001. Okay. Now, see, now when you tap it, you go up, right? And then it slows down and then it starts to come back down. Now I need to get it so that when it's coming down, the flame is stopping. Okay. So I was stopping the flame when you hit it here. That's where this comes in. I bet I could move some of this. And who did the celebration? Homeless, thank you. Isn't it already doing that? Sort of. Okay, so when it starts, it's in the idle, right? And the idle does not have the flame active. All right, so let me run it again. Right now, this is the idle, right? So when it's idle, It does not have the flame active right here. When I hit W, you can see the flame, right? But if I just let it go and it drifts back down, it should not have the flame going if you're going the opposite direction. To turn off the flame, I had it so that you were hitting S. Oops. Okay, broke. Yeah. So, if we go to the input then, D, place meeting, if place meeting with collision tile map, gravity is this. Otherwise, it's not, gravity is applied. Great. Down here, on line 18, I'll remove this. Just the X input. Oops. So then also none of this is active. So we're doing that. Now put an else on 33. All right. And that's where you reset the fire sprite. So not... Okay. This is all for Y input, and I don't need Y either. No, I do need Y. I don't need the X. I gotcha. I gotcha. Okay. Let's... Let's try it. Okay, so fire sprite is not on. We're going to wait until OBS catches up. All right. Fire sprite is not on. Goes up. That's cool. Okay, so as soon as I let go, the fire sprite now resets. Perfect. Stop, 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 stop. We are going to make a new, this should probably be a tile set. Or should it? Let's think about that. Okay. So now do I want that as part of the tile set or just an object all the way across? This is an object. I could probably just do an object. Okay. So then collision ID map, collision tile map. If place meetings this. So we need to stop it from going above the wall, or above the clouds, I should say. If I want it to stop there, if place meeting with collision tile map, it's this. But let me write it out before we mix it. So if place meeting with X, Y, clouds, I want gravity to equal so, all right, if we make a collision, we have collision tile map, gravity 0, vertical speed is this. So if you collide with the clouds, I bet I need it to be on the else. So if your place meeting, so if you're colliding with the tile map, your gravity 0, your V speed is 0, else I'm just going to set that. I just want to test this. All right, so we're going to go up and up. Okay, so there's the clouds, but now we're stuck. Right. Okay. What if I redid this place meeting collision tile map? Imperial, hi. All right, so we have place meeting, X, Y. Yeah, I know. I was trying to make sure like it wouldn't go through it. Because, all right, so Imperial place meeting X, Y plus 1 object cloud. So Y plus 1. Okay. And the plus 1 won't really do much here. Okay. It's a platformer, but you are not controlling the left and right. So then we want this so that we can get it to start to come back down again and set gravity to 0.2. 0.2. Okay. That's a heavy gravity. What behavior am I trying to achieve? Right now, I'm just trying to get it so that when it gets up to the clouds, you don't get to go through the clouds, and then it kind of makes you come back down. Let's see what happens with it as a 0.2. Okay. Oh, the other thing I need to figure out, and I'll have to probably look it up unless you, I mean, well, I'm sure you know, but how to keep the camera with this. Like, I don't want this, right? Like, I don't want it to be at the top of the screen. I would prefer it to sort of stay with it. Okay. All right, that seems to work pretty good. Yeah, kind of. So this is for the New Mexico Game Jam. It's only going to be a couple days. So it started last night at 6 p.m. It goes until Tuesday at 6 p.m. Mountain Time. The theme of the Game Jam is lift. I'm using a hot air balloon as the player. You're going to control the up or down, right? Well, kind of up, really. And then when you let go, it needs to eventually stop, although sometimes it doesn't want to, and start to come back down. So you can only go up or down. The air currents, you're going to have two levels, just like in the atmosphere now. One is going to make you, when you're in that level, it'll make you go to the right. when you go up into the next one, it makes you go to the left. So what that looks like is this, right? Yeah, it should be, right? I think so. Let's do, what is this? Window capture. Here, let's do paint. No, it's not capturing it. Okay, why? Give me a second here. Let's pick game capture. Sure. No. Why paint do you not want to be captured? Display capture, color source browser, whatever browser. I don't know what it's doing. All right. Anyways. Paint doesn't want to work. Oh, wait, maybe no, it shouldn't. Let's, let me stop the game. We'll do this for a moment. If we switch over to this one, you'll be able to see it, right? So the idea, and thank you for the follow, by the way, is this. Let's say your ground is here, right? Ignore it not being straight, but this is your ground. Okay. When you're in a hot air balloon and you travel up, right? Whenever you're engaging the flame or the fire, right? It heats up the air inside the hot air balloon and the hot air balloon goes up. Now, there are multiple layers in the atmosphere. One layer goes like this. Oh, you know what? One layer goes like this. That's a bad arrow, but whatever. One layer is going this way, to the right. Oh, this would probably help. Maybe? There we go. One layer is going this way. So the hot air balloon, which is, here, will start to travel and follow this, right? It'll go this way. When you go above this level in the atmosphere, you'll end up going this way, right? And so they call it a box, right? When you take your little hot air balloon, right? And you go up and you hit this first one and you travel this way and you go up more and now you catch the other side of the current and you come back and then you can drop back down and you form a box. So that's the boxing of the hot air balloon. When they do competitions, they go up, they catch it, they go down to a certain point, they have to go up and come back and then drop down and try to drop it right where there's objects on the ground, and they drop target objects on top of a circle. They drop objects on top of a circle on the ground as targets. It's kind of cool. They do this at the reason I know all this is here they do an event called the Hot Air Balloon Fiesta. And so I've learned a lot by talking to all the different pilots. The aeronauts are the pilots. And so I've learned it from them and the targets on the ground and listening to what they talk about. So it's kind of cool. All right, let me switch back to just the GameMaker. There we go. So, and I missed a comment. So you need to check for the height before switching the horizontal direction. Yes, we just haven't got to that part yet. Right now, we're just adjusting the up and down portion yet of it before we bring into the directional value based on your height on the Y. Maybe 3. So my thought is you have to get to the box first, and the regular air here doesn't have a direction to it. Yes, neutral. That's a good term. Neutral, left, right. Or neutral, right, left, whichever one. You know, so I think that would be good for the 3 levels to it. Imperial, are you a GameMaker dev? It's always nice to meet another GameMaker dev if you are. And just nice to meet you anyways. So instead of using gravity, why don't you just update direction and speed? Imperial, I also feel like I've seen you in somebody else's chat. Where have I seen you? Yeah, that's it. That's my question, is which streamer? I've seen you in somebody else's stream, I believe. Yeah, I can't think of you just write GameMaker on Twitch? Yeah. It wasn't yours? Okay. Yeah, Grog is usually pretty good. He finds all the GameMaker streamers. All right, so we'll have 3 directions. Well, no, we'll have 3 levels to the atmosphere. All right, we'll have the neutral, which is down here. Then we'll have our going one direction, whether it's left or right, here, right? And then we'll have the another one like that. I think that'll work. Right? All right. Let me switch back over to this. So I'm going to start the game again. We're going to test up and down a little bit more. Go like this, right? So up, when you let go, gravity starts to take over and slowly pulls you back down. So if you may suggest, you could do direction and speed without using gravity variable to have the full control. I kind of want, I mean, like the gravity though is there because gravity is taking over your device, right? So it's taking over the balloon and applies gravity to go down. Yeah. I mean, I think in this particular game jam, the gravity makes sense. Right. And we should probably try to make this maybe a little bigger. Oh, I see what I did. Let's look at this. And if we do it that way, all right, it's not a very good cloud, but it will work. All right. Terrible cloud, but that's okay. I also stretched it so it looks terrible, but we're going to make it just so we can practice this, and then we'll fix that up later. There. Yeah, it's just a jam. It's not even a jam that has, like, they don't even judge anything. Right? It's just a jam to make a game. Jeepin', welcome back in. You just had an engineer come into the hub, and thank you for adding them to another work chat channel. You kind of noted a small hint of sarcasm. I could not understand why the engineer did not want to be put into a chat channel. I mean, who doesn't want to be in a chat channel, right? Right. Yeah, so I think, Grog, with what I'll end up doing is making maybe an invisible wall here, and then making it so the clouds aren't all the way across. Maybe they're just like smaller, you know, so they look better. And I just have a couple of them throughout it, and you just can't go above that level. I don't know, something like that, maybe. But for right now, it goes like this. Just so I can see it better. All right, let's start it again. I do need to fix one thing, sort of. Okay, so I hit W, you start going up, right? I think I need to adjust how far it's going to go up. Because it goes pretty far before the gravity starts to take it. So maybe it needs to be a little higher. And let's try that. Kelmar, just get the warm and fuzzy feeling for submitting a game, you guess. Yeah, I guess so, right? There is no thing for it. Like there's no judging, nothing like that. This is it. New Mexico Game Jam, right? We get 4 days to create a game. They do it every year, and so I like to try to do this. And this time it fell in perfect with between projects. So I was like, all right, we're going to do this one. But yeah, there's no, like, that's it. There's no real anything. So just the warm and fuzzy feelings for making a game. That's about it today. All right. That's a little better. Okay, so now you have to hold it, and then when you don't, you come down. If you don't want to come down fast, you got to hold it. Like, tap your... I think that's better. So if we go up, where's the clouds? There's the clouds. Okay. What happens if you crash? Like, I'm falling and you are now a flappy balloon? I don't know yet. What would you like to happen to the balloon if you crash? Yeah, I think this is working pretty good. Right? All right. So we need to work on some left and right air current traffic, like adjustment. And also how... I guess we can we'll make an animated sprite that can show the direction of the air currents, but we'll do that later. That'll probably be tomorrow. So let's set our direction. Okay. I don't remember how I did it. There was let me write this out. Make sure all good. Okay. So like if y equals like negative, it has to be between stuff, right? So I don't know if y is, let's say, between 1 and I don't know. What numbers do we want? Let's look at our map. So if it's between 1 and say 125, right? Then we'll have like V speed, I don't know, equal 1 or something, right? So you want to go to the right. Do we want the first layer to be to the right or the second layer? Let me get rid of this if. And then we want something where it is like 126 to 126 to say about 200, right? So we'll say like 200. V speed would be like a negative something. First layer to the right. Okay, so this is left. So we want that. This will be a 1, so this is to the right. And then Y 201 to whatever that is, 287. Yeah, 287. V speed is like 0. Neutral, right? Something like that. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Oh, H speed, horizontal. Yeah. Change that. Change that. Okay. Anyways, that's what I'm thinking, right? Point in rectangle. Okay. First layer to the right, H speed, yeah, not V speed. Pro tip, point in rectangle to check on which layer you are in if you wanted. Sure. So this is just me writing this stuff out, right? Okay. If, so is it just point in rectangle? Point in rectangle. Okay, what does it take? It takes a px, py, x1, x2, y1, y2. Okay, so if we said I would need to know the ends of it, huh? Like where it starts and where it stops as well. If, and we could change this because we're not going to be making it this big. Like that, right? So I would need to know upper left of it, bottom right of it, and the top and bottom of it as well. X, okay. All right, hold on one second. Okay. So this all right, ads everywhere on this page. Everywhere. Paste spin is always like that. Okay, so you were talking about layer height 1 equals 196, layer height 2 equals 196, and then you said if point in rectangle is x, y, 0, 0, room width, layer height 1. And else if in rectangle you're in layer 2. So we have 3 layers. Okay, that looks pretty good. Let's start with some of that, right? We have layer height I could put up in the create, right? Layer height 1. And then we have layer height 2, and we would need layer height 3. How much? I guess it's room. So I'm doing to what? This is 287. Looks like it. 287. 288. Come back in here. If we said 96. Right? All right. So now we have 3 layers because so many tabs. Stuff open. Okay. 3 layers, right? So we have our neutral, which is the one down here. This will be, I don't know, 3, right? This will be 2. And this could be 1. Okay, so number 3 will be our neutral one. Number 2 is going to go to the right, and number 1 is going to the left. So now we have this. And then inside here, we say if point in rectangle x, y, we have 0, 0, room width, And then we have layer height 1. Am I missing something? 1, 2. Then we say else if this and else there, right? And then we have 2, 3, 1 there. No, still these ones come up all right. Why won't you come up all right? What's wrong with you? It sees it. Layer height 1, but it makes it red. All right. We're going to make H speed 0. H speed 1. And this should be H speed . Okay. It could be a bug. I don't know. It does it sometimes. Code editor 2 is weird. Okay, how does that look? That looks sort of what you were writing, right? Okay, hold on. Wait, layer, not quite. We have X, Y, 0, and then this 0 is layer height 1, right? Perfect. And then we have layer room width and layer height 1 plus layer height 2. Okay. Now this is 2 and 2, and this should be 3. All right. It just doesn't like layer 1. Why? Okay, now you go away. Whatever. Okay, so we have we have balloon goes left. We're gonna do balloon goes right. Balloon goes is neutral. All right. So H speed is 0. H speed is 1 to the right. H speed is -1. Wait for the ground layer. the last one. You could do point in rectangle x, y, 0, layer 1 plus height of layer 2. Okay, so this is layer height 1 plus layer height 2. Then we say room width and then room height for all these. Sure. Okay. Well, I'm gonna run it and run it and see what I run into, right? Also, I don't think I was paying attention, and I think ads are about to go off. But let's go up. So we're in neutral. Neutral. Yep, there are the ads. A little chaotic, but it worked. All right. We are getting there. So we need to make some sprites. All right, let's think about this. I'll put it in the scene. We're going to make 2 sprites. SPR right. If we want this 32, let's say 64. You could probably do this like 128 by 32. No. Why? Stop that. 128. Let's think about this. A collision rectangle. Oh, Grog, yeah. I just realized your other comment. You could also make the atmosphere regions objects for easier collisions and visual level design as well. Gotcha. Yeah, because the other thing, I mean, like, I'm doing this. This technically could be an object, right? Lurking, you got a call. Yeah, no problem. All right. Welcome back from ads, everyone. If we make this a little darker. Let's do that so I can see it for a moment, right? Oh, you don't undo it, man. All right, let's do that. Let's get the dark gray. Come back in here again. We'll go 1. To there. And then we'll take gray and do that. Came at the perfect time when the music stopped. It was just right there, loud and smelly. Yeah. Hi, homeless. All right, so we're gonna try stop doing this. We're gonna take it and put it into the room, but we need a layer for assets. Put it above there. Yes. You need to open a window. Yeah, I'm not surprised. So right, and then if we come in and do SPR right, copy it, do SPR left, then we edit this one, take it, we have to do this, flip it. Maybe it's not working right. Oh, it's there. Okay. We'll put that there. Did it work? It did. It acted a little crazy. So we're going to fix that here in a minute. What just happened? All right, we need to fill in it so it was just going like all over the place, but we'll get that fixed here in a moment. So hold on. It went up, and some of it is just because of the speed. It just went like super fast, and I was like, oh. Let's get rid of that. And I totally did it wrong, didn't I? Yep. All right. I want you to, nope, gray. Let's do dark gray. You. And you. And you. Okay. That will be left. So now we'll go back in here and we'll take the left and we'll put you up here. There. All right. So now let's go ahead and run it. Yeah, it was just because of the speed. And those are crazy speeding too. 4, 2, and 2. Okay. Let's try it again. So we're going to the right. We go up and we go to the left. Up, left. No. Left. Something's catching it and it's just making it go right in the left lane. See? Maybe I have the numbering off a little bit. All right, let's look. It's getting there. It's getting there. The clouds are in the way, I think. So let's move these up a little bit. And we'll just put them like that. Little cover at the top. Then up until, where is it? 96. So these are left here. It's not going to go any lower than that. Right? So set it like this. Right? And then this we have starting here. And that goes for 96 till about there. Okay. Let's run it. Check it out, right? We go left, or we're going right. And we go left. Oops. I left the game, apparently. So that's my wall. I should not be able to go through the wall. If place meeting this, object wall, we're doing v or h speed equals 0. Okay. Oh, you can get stuck here. All right. What about player? Let's make it top left. Or how about, you know what? No, we want bottom left. Let's look at my collisions. That's why. Okay, so if you go out a little bit, we'll just have to fix that. But it is a little after 1. I need to get some other stuff done for a little bit, and then I'll probably be back on, not streaming, but I'll be back on to work on this a little bit, maybe later tonight. Tomorrow will be from about 7 a.m. Mountain Time to just a little before 10. So it's only going to be about 3 hours. 24-hour stream? No. No. You got the wrong memo. I made it 5 hours and like 40 minutes or something like that, right? But because I think we made really good progress today. First day, just trying to get this down, right? We have the general mechanics of the player going up and down. We have a left and right airstream, which I think is just cool. So I think we're doing really well. Yeah, good steps today. Like I said, I'll probably work on this a little bit later tonight, but I have some other stuff I have to get done during this afternoon. And tomorrow morning, we'll be back on for a couple hours to work on it. It's only going to be about 3 hours because then Jeepin and I go to see the Tron movie. So we're looking forward to that. And then after that, we'll be grabbing lunch and comes back. And then it's her turn, and she gets to stream for the rest of the day tomorrow. So Monday will also be a stream. It'll be from 7 until probably about 11. So 4 hours. And that should be it then. We're doing pretty good. But I appreciate everyone for being here. Let's see who's on. I have no idea who's streaming today. So one moment. Let's do it. I will look for that memo, Kelvar. I'm not sure where the notice on the 24-hour stream went. So, need to find somebody doing it and go from there. We're going to drop in. Let me see if he's there. Give me one moment. Yeah, he's there. All right. We're going to go visit JD. So JD does dev. Another great game, not GameMaker, but he uses Godot, but another great game dev. And that's it. I hope everyone has... Matt Chirpy, I appreciate you for being here. Weren't you just on? I was looking for you. But I appreciate you being here. We're going to be back tomorrow morning to work on the rest, some more of this game jam. And again, the theme for it is just lift. So we're making a hot air balloon that goes up and down and gets moved around by the air currents. So far, it's on track for it. Anyways, I hope everybody has a great, I forgot what day it was for a moment, has a great Saturday. And I will see everybody tomorrow morning. And yeah, let's go say hi to JD. Have a good one, folks. Bye.